Oh! Good morning! I immediately dropped my mic. Alright, I believe we only have one liberation rite left today. Or in this game, not just today. Oh boy, that means no more epic music. Hello, Vaughn! Yin stream basically every day. I see you have a nice cute new emote there, Ray. Also, thanks for the sub. Yes, let us continue on to our journey. I believe that we have chosen, yes, to go to the Ridge of Gaul to fight the Essence? Yes, that's what we did yesterday. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Ridge of Gaul, for that appears to be the final time. For what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. That's right! We have one last chance to free somebody. And that'll be it. Like, it'll be me and 2 other people stuck here in the downside forever. You want to get the Ray emote? Oh, the tier 2. Yeah. I made it a tier 2 emote just so that I could give it to Ray. I didn't know where else to put it, cause I can only have one emote for now. I made that emote just so Ray can suss everyone. Oh, they don't want to bother with us anymore. Who are the last people we're going to fight? I mean, in the liberation, right? I believe it should be Lindel? No. Did we just fight the accusers? I don't remember. Yo! Nobody wants to bother with us when we hit them anymore. I almost feel kind of sad.
Yonder lies the Ridge of Gaul, somewhat less imposing when viewed from this vantage point. Do you not agree, reader?
Good morning, Rui! You're here for the last liberation rites today. Yunus too sus for them to even talk to. That's right. They don't want to bother with me anymore. Even though I like hit their ship until it breaks apart, they don't even want to talk to me. Good morning, HP Positive. Welcome to maybe the last time we'll play Pyre. By how the game is going.
The myths of the downside hold that it is no mere ridge of stone, but the remains of Lord Gandalf, once slain by Golathanion himself.
Lord Gandalf, a serpent titan, vanquished by the scribe Golathanion. He brandished his tower shield and sent Gandalf's sphere back into his countenance. You know, sometimes I read these words and I don't know what I'm saying.
Though perhaps such tales are of little import now, when you stand to confront the Essence there in just a short while.
We only have Hollow Root? No, we also have Blooming Pool. So Pamatha has a hunch you may find something of value on this route. Or, Gertrude believes this route should be clear if you wish to pursue your vocations. I actually, yeah. I like that one. Yeah, I'm just saying words. I just read the words on the page and I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Hopefully you guys know what I'm saying and are getting something from these words. You make a successful landing in the Downside Prairie, near the southern edge of the Downside. Memories of having first met Hedwyn, Jodariel, and Ruki came flooding back.
You now should have some time in the vicinity before continuing onward towards the Ridge of Gold by land.
I'm glad I saved this place for last. It is like very nostalgic now, thinking about the 3 first people we ever met in the downside, and now we will never ever see ever again.
Oh, what's this? Is this a Christmas tree? Downside clinger. Yields fruit from time to time. Although only if one says the magic word.
Can I eat these? Would it give me a stomach?
Oh! Wait! Wait! I got it! I got a berry! Did you see that? I got a berry! Look at it! Downberry! It can be sold at the slug market for 6 soul. No way, man. I'm keeping this as a keepsake.
Are you guys listening to this? How squishy this is? Oh, it's plucked from the downside clinger plant, strangling the back wall of your wagon. Used as a stress reliever. I can imagine that. Yes. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. What do we do after you finish the game? I have no idea. We could just vibe. I don't know how long it's actually gonna take to finish it. Why is it so squishy? Because it's the downside fruit. No, no, it's supposed to be like that. It sounds like slapping mac and cheese. I have to admit, I've never slapped mac and cheese, so cannot relate, Vaughn. What?
Downside Prairie. In the words of Molten Milith, the Wild Witch, the downside is connected to our realm via a single artery. The river named for our prestigious sap colleague, Luz Galria. That river gushes into seeming nothingness. That seeming nothingness turns out, of course, to be the downside. Its existence undermines thousands of years of thought about the composition of our world. The downside's southern edge, we call the Sandfolds, is a desecrated wasteland, speaking well to this land's lack of hospitality. Here, the strength of many who survived the river journey finally fails. If only they could clamber further north, where lies the verdant downside prairie, a better place to perish, to be sure.
You just slapping mac and cheese by just putting your hand to the mac very fast. Exactly. Wow. You know what? Every day I am so glad that we have such wisdom from Vaughn. 100 IQ. Wait, isn't 100 like pretty bad? 200 IQ. You eat it afterwards, exactly. Why don't you just use your hand, smack your hand into the mac, and then you gobble it up using that same hand. It's actually more, what's it called? Earth friendly if you use your hands to eat, you know? You don't have to wash your utensils, I don't know. Let's survey the hollow root. It's natural. Yes, it is natural.
You volunteered to survey the sweeping plains around the Black Wagon, together with Bertrude and Pamitha.
Just wash your hands after. Yeah, exactly, HB Positive, you got it.
We're prepared to take this brief excursion if ye are.
The search turns up nothing much of note, though wandering with Bertrude and Pamitha provides reprieve from a long day on the road. Oh, just don't wash your hands, just lick them? I prescribe to modern hygiene habits. Use soap, please. Wash your hands, use soap. We don't want to waste any... I mean, okay, you know, what I'm saying is that after you lick your hands clean, then go and wash your hands with soap. Of course, use it to eat.
Together, you return to the wagon in somewhat better spirits. You should have time remaining, with which you may pursue your vocations. Germ theory is unnecessary for us. Exactly. The more germs you consume, the stronger your body is.
That's not true. Don't follow that advice. Oh no, I didn't see what Tito was saying. You asked Tito to explain to you in his own words the histories of the 8 scribes, and speak to how their varied backgrounds form the basis not just of the rites, but of the Commonwealth. As long as we can't see the germs, they don't exist. Tito thinks the scribes still watch over the downside. Oh my gosh, this is... It's like when you're playing hide and seek, you just close your eyes. You're like, if you can't see me... I mean, if I can't see you, you can't see me. It's the same with germs, exactly. I prescribe to the kindergarten school of thought when it comes to germs. Oh boy. PSA, wash your hands. Wash them properly. With soap. For like what, like a minute? I don't know. Just count to 30 seconds. Joe, no, wait, you're supposed to sing Poppy Paw. With Miku. when you wash your hands, I believe somebody like mentioned that the intro of Poppy Paw like works really well for washing hands. Screw like the alphabet or Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars. Sing Poppy Paw. Hey guys, say, what are you doing? What are you guys doing all the way back here? You know, it's not so bad here. I was thinking I got some pretty good stuff I think you ought to check out. Oh shit! Look at this! Raises talismans by 10? It's too bad I'm poor. Oh man, I mean I could sell everything. I could sell everything, but I don't want to. You know what? Since we only have... No, fuck it. I'm not gonna reason. I'm not doing shit. I don't care. Staying alive was for chest compressions? Yeah, staying alive is for chest compressions. I have definitely heard of that. And I've heard it works actually very well. to keep on a beat. The Bridge of Gold, in the words of Louis Galrian, 100 Minds the Scholar. The serpent-titaned Gandalf turned to brittle stone not long after his death. Of that you may be certain. What remains is a flat, elevated basin that stands us closer to the heavens. Upon the fallen Gandalf's hide, the stars themselves alight, and you shall know you stand on sacred ground. We set the metal sigils, lit the candle flames, and we emblazoned on the rock-like forms of the sigil of our passage to and from this land, and then the stars themselves, they did reply to us. They sang, shining bright, their voices loud and clear. We understood their cadence, and we knew how often to return. Commence the rites. It is time for more casual gameplay times. Pamela finds you, as everyone is preparing for the coming rite against the Essence. Despite this meaning, yet another confrontation with her blood sister, she seems very calm. I know what you're thinking, reader darling, so let me assuage any misgivings you might have. It is strictly business between me and Tamitha this time. Believe me. I know there is nothing I can do for her. I am nothing to her, but I can still be of use to all of you. I got Tamitha here, and I was tired of our kind throwing ourselves against the Commonwealth lances. Maybe this plan of ours might finally ensure an end of all that. She flies off to join the others just as night begins to fall, and usher in the stars. Casual gameplay times! Who wants challenge in their games? I do quite like
Reader,
the challenge in Hades,
the
but not in this
Commonwealth,
game.
your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you.
Yay!
Because of your outlandish plan.
I like flames.
Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Once more does this Commonwealth feel darken an already inauspicious night. Tamatha remains steady alongside your fellow exiles, and shows no response to being in the presence of her blood sister once again. Tamatha looks right at her, and the entire time she speaks, but never once acknowledges her directly. But there is no more for any talk between our kind, for we are forever in cross purposes. No further proof is needed than these circumstances under which we meet. Tamatha does not acknowledge her. You sense only that she is focused on the right, set to commence at any moment now. We have an extra 25 life. Oh right! I was like, I forgot we only have 3 people left. Oh, that's right.
Tizo.
This is my final team.
Bertrude. Tamatha. Fine.
Oh, I'm ready for them. Come forth, you Commonwealth scum. Sisters, show them no quarter. I don't know what no quarter means, but I assume it means exactly the same thing as no mercy.
Begin.
LOL, what? I actually pressed the wrong button.
Already does your adversary's flame begin to flicker.
I pressed the wrong button. I meant to do this. Oh, bitch! I meant to implode with I meant to implode with what's it called? Oh, with Tizo.
The Nightwings seem to be falling behind. Shame.
I keep doing that.
The orb. Empire shan't survive much more of that.
Have Tizo douse the
Do
fire?
you believe you can prevail in this?
Whoops!
Simply abhorrent.
We shall repay you well in kind for what happened upon Mount Elodium. We were just getting started. Ah, bitch. No!
Quite the close call there, no? Tamatha thrusts herself into the searing flame.
Oh, these creatures I never use.
No, you don't. Banished all of them. Tizo doused their pyre.
Sweet.
Perhaps you are worthy. Bertrude plunged into the adversary's pyre. No more than a lick of flame remains. Yes,
Done!
it is done. Again, the Night Wings
Oh
have
man.
prevailed.
Once I get their controls
The right
like a
conducted
little
with
bit
aplomb.
memorized, I could do a little
The
bit
right
better.
is done.
When did Bertrude become a new monster? Oh, trust me. Oh my gosh, bro. I make Bertrude Neum so good. She can also blast through walls. Jeez. She's actually like a really good character to play. We have been vanquished for the while, but our sisters on the other side shall crush the Commonwealth, with or without our aid.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Her slither, like, thing has always been quite fast. Oh my gosh.
A hidden power, a terrible, unbridled fury, seems to have awakened within Titso.
Oh,
All in all, he seems very enthusiastic about it.
Tito is now a monster.
Praise be to Ha'ub the Swallow.
Praise be. Bertrude blasts through solid wall. Her quickness is only like 13, but her dash is very good.
You may go now, at your earliest convenience.
Her dash becomes very new. You know, I think we just aren't taking into account that her Neum was still not as fast as what's called Sir Gilman's Neum. His Neum was unworldly.
No one speaks further of the essence back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that has to come. Last chance then, is it?
If any of us is going to get out of here still, it's this time or never.
The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us.
He looks over to you.
Please look forth, reader, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next.
The others turn to you as well. You turn towards the wagon door. You know what you shall see out there. I mean, yes, now, however, the time has come to face it. The last liberation rite, my friends. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness. Is it raining fire right now? Demanding your attention, guiding you towards the endpoint of your path. You see the plain golden star of Solium. Look upon it for the last. Oh my gosh, wait, look! The stars, they're all gone. All the stars in the sky are gone now. We only have one star left. Oh, it's only 87%. Are we gonna make it?
The last remaining star shall soon be gone. We have this one last chance to get one of us out. May the scribes be merciful to us all.
Oh shit, look! Oh no! Oh my gosh, they're all eliminated? Oh, we're gonna have to go after the fake Nightwings, aren't we? Oh boy, we have infinite favor. I thought we would go after... I thought we had like one team left that we didn't fight. Yeah, we totally are in endgame now. Oh boy, alright. You are summoned to the fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that, if the rites shall ever commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars reveal to you one thing more. The adversaries whom you face shall be Orlek. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate, and awaits your arrival. Wait. I mean, will the Lone Minstrel still be here? How long has he lived for? Is he, like, undying? If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves.
It is a shame that we should have to confront Orlak in the end. Our goals shall never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength at best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader.
The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodia to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? Is everyone okay? Can we get more fruit? Oh, yay! Alright. Ding ding ding. Go to bed. Continue your journey for the very last time.
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
I mean, we already figured that out. Like, you know, several days ago. Like, months ago. In-game months ago. So there's no point telling us that now, boys. By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. The black wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. No one speaks. No freedom? Scam. We were told that we would get freedom by Hedwyn. And he really did think that we would, but... everyone knows that the reader, who does not exactly participate in the liberation rite, does not get liberation, indeed. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may be of benefit in circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play the song of the Nightwings?
The lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad, by your leave. By all means. Or not now, god damn it. Of course we want him to sing. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad, so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in the flame. The end has just begun.
There's no way I can sing this well. What are you saying, Vaughn?
But twisted make a grave. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
Here we are, back at Mount Elodia. Let's go with Tizo. Everyone's going to be on the team, so it doesn't really matter too much. You touch down amid the solemn beauty of Mount Elodian to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain, to carry out their sentences here in the downside, for the remainder of their lives. And, in the Commonwealth, the plan which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. All other... Just keep drinking. Let's go. After having landed, you join Tizo on an expedition to the monument of Jomir Menime, for what is likely to be the final time. Hello again. What is Tizo's voice?
Hello again, great-grandfather. I have come again to ask for you a favor, if you please. My friends, they wish to all return to freedom. I was hoping you could help them just this one last time. I understand that they cannot all go home, that this is beyond even your power, now that the Titan stars have spread across the sky, across the night. Yet, by your leave, I wish to help them this one last time. They are my friends. They are my friends. What else is there for me to do now, save to help them? Soon, he is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomir Menime has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Presents? Ooh. We have one last person to mentor. Fine then. Let us chat together for a spell. You and Pamitha review what observations you have made thus far about the various triumvirates you have confronted on your journey. She has keen insights about some of them. Oh, just barely, damn it. Everything and everybody has its weakness. If I've come to learn anything at all in life, is that. Damn. Alright. Wait, I should have seen if Sandra had anything to say to me. Damn. Here, on the old masonry of Mount Elodian, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn this imp was personally sent by Wolfred himself, to fill you in on the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Solium. On arriving to the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms, and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace, a branch of Commonwealth governing body, and widely considered the most influential. It is they who pass sentencing onto those who transgress against their country and its people. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first, but he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth have been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the revolutions in a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the Brazen Act. Now, Wolfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you, and to transform the Commonwealth according to his plan. He closes with a message to you. Have faith. We shall prevail together in the end. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking.
He has his convictions, I'll give him that. But convictions can't erase the centuries of enmity between my people and the Commonwealth. Skria. Tito is very excited, knowing Wolfred is alive and well back in the Commonwealth.
Unsurprising. From our years, we know him for a stubborn sort. His will cannot be shaken. May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir, even if the rites themselves shall cease, ere your plan is achieved in full.
The news of Wolfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. Oh man, we must be eating like shit food now that Headwind has been gone for months. Aww. Maybe we're eating that like squishy blue fruit. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next rite. Wish Wolfred luck. You stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her.
The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tariq and I. It shall be time we take our rest, I think.
No! What? No! We don't even get to stay with the lone minstrel. Man!
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. We have a duty to uphold, Tariq. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing. Not for the rites or us. Not until the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate.
One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step.
We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business.
Skrihaha. Tito believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings, and seeks to live up to their legacy. Tamitha Thine here. I came seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness, since she's ended up here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it as yet. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a war orphan, who vowed to help their friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway towards the summit.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tariq. You, stay right there. I thought you said...
The rites are not ended, Tariq.
He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align.
The gate guardian and the lone minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. Oh man. Everything has built up to this point. Yin might be sweaty. You have gained the summit of the Mount Elodiel for the 7th time, the final time, in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. Hey, guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. It just hasn't been the same, you know, with all the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, we just wanted to say you guys are great, and I'm sure you're gonna miss having guys like you guys as customers and all of that. But I got some good news though too. All my stuff, it's all on sale now. I'll throw a little extra in there just for you, okay? So and maybe I'll see you guys around, okay? Put the right on the hardest difficulty? No! How about no, Vaughn? Henceforth, all of Falcon's Ron goods are 5% off. Great. But gamer time? Plus 20? Okay. That's a really compelling argument you got there. Plus 20? I don't have 175. Oh, my squishy fruit. I can absolutely sell all my shit. The last send-off, trust me when I say that I will not be able to complete it if I put it on the hardest difficulty. Are you kidding me? Okay, you know what? If you want to see it, I'm probably gonna save Scum. I'll do it once. I'll do it once. But I absolutely will not be able to do it. Let me just say this outright. Like, I cannot do it. Do once with everything. Yeah, I'll do once with everything. I'll do once with everything. If I'm gonna do once with everything, should I sell? Should I sell like everything? I have enough for this. I have just barely enough for this. What does this do? 5? What does this do? Oh, that's already at max. Or squishy berry. You guys are sad now that I sold the squishy berries? Come on. Oh, everybody's talismans are already at max. I shouldn't be using this, should I? Quickness? I should be using this. This should already make him faster, that's what I'm saying.
Valho, Melioshim
Pleasure was all mine and Dad's, you guys. Alright. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So, let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment, then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that form the rites becoming weak. Which means soon, you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my internal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those who have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have each time their stay among the Nightwings reached to an end. Soon the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years, and to eventually decay whilst I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact, even if those years are to be brief. They shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware that I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish to go forth after this night, and I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit, for your own sake. May all these rights business enrich your coming days somehow, and to consider that life after this night. If you think there may be a place in it for me, however small, then, once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. And I would like to have that as an option, more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there's little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition? What do you say? Wishes for you to claim the Beyonder Crystal for yourself? Yeah, of course we do. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it in the folds of your clothes. Sandra senses this and makes a sound as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She is at a loss for a moment, then. Let us go, then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel, and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone for now. Keep it with you. Oh, one last reading. Okay. Downside diseases. In the words of Jolmir Menimane, the Alpha Chief, ailments in the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving make no attempt to settle. They reduce their risk. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of the flagging hands, a pallor tends to sink into the skin, and then into the mind. The nauseating sea of solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous now. My fangs are long, like all aspects of the downside.
All these ailments share a purpose, to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, move on. Forged findings are the words of Jomir Menime, the Alpha Chief. There is a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place. Easy for a cur if you say, of course. Easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking in the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found this place which fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light, or due to other special properties. I have observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not yet found a use for it as yet, though because it brings me faith, I perhaps have, indeed. Last rites commence the final liberation. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, wait, sorry. Hardest difficulty, right? Hardest difficulty. I believe I can set that in the settings. Options? Options? Difficulty standard? Yes, heightened. Commence the final liberation. This is gonna be chaos. It's not gonna be chaos. It's gonna be a really fast liberation where I absolutely get pummeled by the other team. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodian for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencements of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there, perhaps, some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I'm grateful to have, for having made your acquaintance. I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Pamitha has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact. Very well, reader darling. What did you say? We give those old scribes a real show to remember, then, shall we? Reading one. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee. We are grateful. Tito wants you to know that he has the utmost faith in you. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs this night. The outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan which you all have been a part, shall soon be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. Your cause shall live on.
Time singer on. Shax 6 shoulders. Sylvius horse-headed.
Alright, guys. All of the debuffs beyond me, bro. So, okay. Let's review. Your adversaries will have plus 50 stamina, plus 30 more life. We have minus 30 more life. They have They will recover +5 every time they go into my pyre. They will have +5 hope, which means they will come back sooner. Like, their revival time is sooner. Actually, never mind. They'll come back immediately after they go into my pyre. They will also be much quicker. They will also, their aura will never vanish, even when they're holding the orb. They will also deal +5 every time they go into my pyre. They will also have a larger aura. They will also all return if I ever kill all of them at once. And they will be quicker by +8. Alright, we are absolutely 1000% saves coming after this.
All of the Titan stars. Sheer madness.
Not only that, but I also put heightened difficulty. So, they're gonna be like smarter AI
For
too.
one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader, hear me for one last time.
It's not gonna be the last time because
For
we saves
soon-
coming, bro.
The few remaining stars shall fade away.
I have not
Leaving
got
you
this. Are you
stranded
kidding me?
there
I'm totally
your
like
remaining
deleting all
days.
of those afterwards.
In that forsaken land
First try.
where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Wait, I'll be right back real quick. Just give me a sec. Greatest enemy is yourself, but better. Absolutely. Madness.
The pyre burns, and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur as per the custom, not another word. The demon Orlek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I waited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here, upon this mountain top.
Of course it's this guy. Yeah, of course it's this guy. What did you expect? Of course he's the final boss.
You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever, for the misery which they cause.
Look how much bigger physically their fire is. Oh my god.
Nightwing. Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite?
The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Orlek shall be returned.
Godspeed, Raider. You know what is at stake better than I. I have the utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory.
Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It is now time to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Amatha, Itzel, Gertrude, your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now, the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? No, the pressure is too great! Can I actually say no? I want to see what happens if I say no. Can I choose no? I've been so agreeable this entire game. Can I choose no? Can I choose no? Having to make this last decision is... I have never read that word before. It is too much. You hesitate. But then, you sense a reassuring voice from very far away enter your thoughts. Oh shit. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however, you shall go about. And whatever the outcome, we understand. And so, you need not hesitate. And you need not explain, so please, trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. You reconsider what you are about to do. You cannot back down. Oh, okay, well, okay. So it's an infinite loop of no. Yeah, I'm ready! Conscionable? No, it's no. I refuse to believe that that's a word. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do. I didn't hesitate at all, yeah. I know exactly what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. You put your faith and your life in me.
One final opportunity for salvation.
I've heard of it,
Too
but never
bad
read
for
it
the
before.
rest of you.
Should we... I'm gonna let go of Pamatha. Yeah, I'm gonna anoint Pamatha. We're gonna stay with Gertrude and Titso forever. I'm sorry.
Pamatha.
I'd tell you that you've made a terrible mistake there, Rita darling. But I think you haven't made as many as I have, so I try not to mess this up for either one of us. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Pamatha, as well as you.
Who shall strive for her? Tizo.
Oh. Titso was ready to do whatever it takes to see Pamatha again, regain her freedom this night. Oh, whoa, wait. Let's go look at their scary stats. Oh, okay. The Pyre, it automatically gains 40. They have nearly 200 health on their Pyre, is what you're telling me here? Oh, bitch. Banish adversaries by flinging the orb at them? Oh god. Orlek deals additional 10 after saluting his adversaries. Look at how big their fucking fire is! Look at how big it is! Thy will is yours, reading one. Let the remaining stars shed. I'm lightheaded. Let the remaining stars shed their last light upon your ceremony here.
The choice is cast.
I'm ready to see a fucking train wreck! Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts their will over that group? You sense Orlek searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me but you. You who would relinquish their own liberty for the sake of them. Strange. Getting 1 point will be a victory, right? It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you. Then, Orlek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By the light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Three. I am prepared, Celeste. Then, let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it. Oh, I'm disappointed to see you there, Tizzo. Opposing me once more. Tizzo is very upset and calls for Orlek to cease speaking to him. Orlek seems to stare at the imp for a moment. It is a shame that you are caught up in the middle of this, little one. Your mind has been poisoned against me. Tizzo insists that Orlek is wrong and urges him to stop what he is doing. I am sorry, Tizzo. Now, I shall only say this once. Stay out of my way.
Begin. The final
Bitch!
chance at liberation.
Oh my god! All of you, you shall rot here. You shall rot here as I have. All these many years, you false Nightwings. Who would deny me once again my rightful liberty? You who deny the liberty to all of the triumvirates you face, and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair. What? Oh, bitch. Are you kidding me, bro? Stop fucking saying shit! He just soloed the whole team? He sure fucking did! The sky rains ash. Soon, your pyre won't mingle with them. You have no idea. I'm trying to defend as best as I could. Just then, the skies above to rain down with fire. The final throes of the cycle of the rites, and the ending of the age. You don't have to make this worse. I'm already doing...
Are you serious right now? Oh my god! Did you see that? He threw the ball at me so that I would have no aura and that he would murder me. Oh my god. Oh, whoops. Oh, bitch. Oh my god. No. I can't get...
Wrath, not glory.
Wait. That's just 40. That's just 40.
Drives that Oralek.
Okay. I have like 2 more chances to do this. I have 2 more chances to do this. I suck. I just straight up suck. I just straight up suck.
Your pyre sputters.
I can't get a single ball in. I can't even get close to their pyre. Your pyre flames now threaten to die out at any moment. Orlek makes a sound like a laughter, but says nothing as he prepares one last assault against your suffering.
How he has changed, that Oralek. Grown old and bitter in all these many years. Trickery. The orb is up. Engulfed within the aura.
Oh god. Oh my god.
To each his own.
I want to get one in. I want to get one in. But it's not gonna work. Oh my good god. Oh good god. That was pretty nuts, wasn't it?
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Okay.
Kamatha, who shall stand with her?
If I can get one ball in, I'm gonna go back to easy. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
The choice is cast.
He was exiled 18 years. How long were the other guys? How long were the other guys exiled? I'll check after I die. I don't think it says. I think it mostly says like this team member and this team member are with a team with him. I think that's all their bios say. Usually it doesn't really say much on their bio if they're not important characters. I don't know about my own bio. I haven't checked like everyone's bios in a while. Oh, I did the same thing I did last time! Christ! Oh, my teammates? Yeah, I haven't checked their bios in a long time. You see, I have already decided not to read the bios since there was so much reading to be done. You don't understand, I already did less reading than what is available to me. Shit. Shit! Oh! Did you see those hops that guy did? Fuck, he just soloed my entire team! Man, this sucks. On the bright side, the longer this takes, the more time you have to listen to the soundtrack. That is very true. I'm about to give up real soon. They have sick handles. They sure do. Oh god. I do not need fire to rain down on me for this to be hard or a lag. It's not like you were winning. No! It's fucking bullshit! Look at those hops! Look at those hops, dude!
Spectacular!
Oh my god!
Oh. Trickery! Somebody get the orb. Who? Unexpected.
Shit!
Engulfed within the order. Red-handed.
Shit!
Your pyre weakened. You have it.
Oh! Okay, I'm going back to easy. I don't care. I don't give a shit, you guys. I don't fucking give a goddamn. I just wanted one ball in. I don't goddamn give a shit anymore.
Banished from this place.
Oh,
The
bitch.
orb quenches the flame. How he has changed, that Urlik. Grown old and bitter below these many years.
Oops. That was my bad. That was my oopsie. That was my oopsie.
Such chaos.
Oh! shit! Ah! Oh, bitch. I suck.
Yeah, you guys, I don't care.
Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're one level down, but we still have all of our debuffs. I still feel like I would not do very well. But I can't keep doing this, man.
One final opportunity for salvation.
Okay. Let's see their
Bad
bios.
for the rest of you.
It doesn't say how many they were exiled. She was exiled 4 years. She was 21. Bertrude has been for 21, and Pamotha has been for 4 years. I don't know the other people. Yeah. These guys don't know. Oh, for Titso, it's not applicable because he was always in the downside. He was like born in the downside, I believe. That's why it's all not applicable. Anyways.
Who shall stand with her? Bertrude.
I do wonder about the others since I didn't actually like read their
Choice
bios
is
before they
cast.
left. Those are to be my adversaries then. Yeah, okay. We get you, okay? Just whatever. Just whatever.
Begin.
Are you kidding me?
The final chance at liberation for the age.
Can I restart? I did a bad start. That was a horrible start. That was the most horrible start I've ever done. I think. What? That was my B. That was my B. I pressed it when he was jumping. I'm actually playing worse now. What did he just do to my team? What did he just do to my team? playing so much worse. It's like I've completely and utterly forgotten how to play. Nope, 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 nope. That was the worst. That was the worst I've ever played. Even the first game was not that bad. How do I skip dialogue? Yeah, I was doing better on the hardest difficulty.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Who shall stand
boy.
with her? Bertrud. Tizo.
Free.
If that is all, then begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Oops. I was controlling the wrong character. Oops. Shit. I think even if I didn't use all of the challenges, I would still be struggling so bad right now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah, bitch.
Banished. The orb. Oh, you poor Nightwings. That ought to wake you up.
I'm very woke, excuse you, voice. Very woke.
How he has changed, that Warlick. Grown old and bitter all these many years.
Oops.
But how? How very fortunate. By the scribes.
I'm not winning this.
Oh.
Maybe, you know, maybe I shouldn't do all of the challenges. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that was a bad idea. Oh boy.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Who shall strive
Maybe you should
for
change
her?
the hardest difficulty, no challenges. You know what? You know what? I should choose to be on no challenges and on easy. And I should have aim assist. That's what I should do for the last battle.
Predictably decided.
That is what I shall do as the casualiest of casual gamers. Christ!
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Just fucking go for it, Tiso! Just get a bot to play at that point? What are you talking about? You can't have that. Bitch!
To each his own.
Whoops.
The orb flies true. How he has changed, that Warlock. Grown old and bitter, lo, these many years.
Whoops.
And
How many times am I gonna do this? Okay. Okay. You know what? Screw this game! don't don't know how entertaining it is for me to be sucking at this game so hard.
one final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Who shall stand with her?
But I guess at least you get to listen to that song over and over and
The
over
choice is
again.
cast. The final chance at liberation.
That was the wrong button. Whoa! Whoops. Is this really necessary, Orlek? Oops! I just got destroyed by the sky. Yeah. Oops. Oh, that's right! I forget, Orlek's throwing the ball murders you. That's what happened just now. Oh. No wonder why they love throwing the ball so much.
Tizo banished. Your pyre weakens.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna cancel my challenges. I don't know.
Old and bitter these many years.
Oops. Fuck this game. Let's just finish this game. Let's just finish this game before I destroy my computer. Let's check the settings. They're already literally the hardest group to play. I bet if I make this easier, I'm gonna play like trash now. I'm gonna play like absolute trash. Oh boy. Liberate my computer. I won't be able to stream anymore. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I cannot present you any epic gameplay.
For one last time, upon
We
the
go in
fall of
easy
Sodium,
mode.
dear reader,
Actually, we're going like
hear
standard
me
mode, really.
For one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away,
It's not quite the
leaving
easiest
you
it could ever
stranded
be,
there
but
for your remaining days.
we're just going standard with no
in that
challenges because I'm.
forsaken land.
So let's just finish
where
this
you
game.
deserve to be.
Who
The
knows how
rabble
long
that
the
you
last
rouse here
cutscene is
in the
gonna be, bro.
Commonwealth shall be put down.
Alright.
The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation.
I feel like I'm definitely still going
You
to
face
struggle
none other than yourselves.
since Orlek is
Each
still
so
like really
unlike the
strong.
glorious night wings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Nightfall.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Who shall stand with her?
Free.
Bertrude.
Alright. We're going in Yin Yin has given up mode.
Predictably decided.
Those are to be my adversaries then. Aye, Celeste. Let's make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Okay, they're much easier. I think it was along with the fact that they were very fast. Because some of the challenges was basically make them harder, like they're faster, and make them physically faster. So the reactions were faster and they were physically faster. Whoops! So the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest efforts. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you. And they were also returning immediately after they die. That's right. The toughest one is revives. Yeah. Revives right after you kill them. That was hard. Revives right after I kill them, and if I kill all of them, they also... Fuck you. God, that's funny.
There it is.
There it is.
Oralek has vanished. Blessed be.
Orlok stands, breathing heavily. He looks back at the thin, thick lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. Wow, we're finally getting some story after like half an hour of sweatiness from me. You know what?
He has changed, that Oralek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years. Quite foul for the Nightwings. No law against throwing in the orb.
Oh, yeah, he's already said that.
Too bad.
Oops! I was like, oh, I don't have the orb.
Old Oralek.
That's right, that's right. Oh, what a silly, silly battle.
Nightwings proved their worth.
Have you
Rather
done?
convincingly, I must admit.
I've done this game now. Am I done?
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
You know, very nice clap. It was not as cool as if I could do all of the challenges, but fuck yeah, I'm done. Screw you, Orlek. Screw you, boys. God damn. Could have been chaos mode if you spent 2 more hours on it. No, I would have just been very frustrated and my fingers would have been very numb. Not bad there, reader darling. Just another night in the downside, you know. You look upon Pamathon, for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the shimmer pool shall engulf her. We'll do a return stream one day? Oh god. Any moment now, she shall return to glory, and join Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Oh dear.
No. Nightwings. Reader, what have you done?
Damn. Did we already miss our chance? Each prior time, upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed.
Tabitha scammed Pamathon. Oh.
But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again.
We will have to yeet ourselves. We will have to do it ourselves, man. Just build a catapult that can yeet ourselves up back to the Commonwealth. No more yeets for us to do. Oh, look at his shit-eating grin. He knew this would happen, didn't he? Did he?
Orlek approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes save their greatest treachery, the last. Then, something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared, different somehow, but open. Pamathon looks upon it, but does not engulf it, or at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that we are all worthy now of freedom. Orlek strides towards the Shimmer Pool, but
Hope, Orlek.
Orlek glances over to the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you'll surely drown. Of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then, we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for who returns, someone shall have to choose, ere the last light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite. It's all was meaningless? No.
Are you winning, son? Well, in a way, we have all lost, Minha. We have all lost.
No. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or they who anointed them. Then, it's sounding rather like I can get out of here, though maybe you can, reader darling. Aye. It shall be you or the reader, or it shall be either or. Pamatha, please, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Quite a dilemma, but I think I know which way I'm leaning here. Reader darling, do me a favor now, and go. Get out of here, before I start having second thoughts. What?
I thought she was gonna scam you for a sec. No! Me and Pamatha, we tight, okay? We are the best of buds, alright? How dare you doubt Pamatha like this? Pamatha wishes to give up her freedom so you may regain yours.
Very well. Reader, the choice which Pamatha made, or rather, the choice which she gave, is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd. It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear there is little time remaining now.
Cause she was the only one not max level? Oh, that is true! That would have been so funny if like every other choice I could have made me go actually be liberated. Except for Pamatha. That would have been funny. Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, wait. Then I shall gladly take it. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. Freedom ought to be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange.
Reader, what is your will?
Are we really doing this right now? Oh, of course I choose myself. This is your chance. Pamatha wished that you could take it. Your intention this night was for her to return in glory, and it shall be done. He earned his rightful freedom long ago, and he deserves his justice. Alright, I believe we can go back to this fight, right? So I'm straight up gonna choose myself. You know, it won't save after I pick this, will it? And I won't have to do this all over again, right? Right? Alright, I'm going in. Last checkpoint is before the last right. Thank you. Alright, I'm just gonna go easy aim assist. Everyone's gonna die. And then we're gonna choose. I want to choose Orlek next.
Your mind is made up. You have chosen to be free yourself.
I'm going in, boys!
I see. I understand then. Then it is done.
Pamatha looks to you this one last time. Her heart filled with unspoken understanding.
You turn then to the lone minstrel for an instant. But another instant later, he is gone, and everyone. All you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Hamatha gave her freedom so that you may have yours. You are set to return to the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. May you return in glory.
Alright, let's see what the Commonwealth looks like.
Look, it's me! I'm an orb!
No stars remain aloft.
I'm a star!
The cycle of the rites.
I'm so
It
cute!
is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
I'm star, I'm so pretty!
Is the Commonwealth heaven? Wait. Am I gonna die up here? Is there air in space?
That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. They were to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. They found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of the 6 liberated exiles, Wilfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. Those exiles and the starless night, they portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder, led by the 6 exiles. Their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked.
Times of lack of oxygen, game over. That's it, that's the game. I hope you're happy. Everyone who you shot up into the skies, they all died. Those letters that they were sending back to us, all fake. That's the conspiracy.
No blood was to be shed that night. And by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in year 838, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh look! Everybody's here! Even this guy!
Did we all become gods? Oh look! Even he is... Don't... Excuse me.
Choose someone to learn what became of them since you last met.
Oh, alright. I want to know about the minstrel.
After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodiel with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq or Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim those songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. Today, we all may stand shoulder to shoulder with a common cause,
Says Wilfred Sandalwood.
However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated with each other's claims to having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites.
Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subjects of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. They disappear! What happened to Orlek? After the shimmer pool closed for what would be the last time, Orlek looked around him in the flicker of light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. Then, he turned to the fall of Solium and looked towards the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes, then, one after the other. After that, he strode forwards, towards the waters coursing from the sides of Mount Elodia, and without hesitation, he cast himself down. Orlek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodia does not appear survivable, although Orlek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Orlek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings, who were witness to this, never forgot what they saw. You know, that's cool! Oh shit. These ones, the ones with the shining, the rays of light, those are the ones who made it. And the ones without the shining rays of light, those are the ones who didn't make it. Oh, I guess I'm gonna read all of these until the end of the stream. Once it became clear to Ignatius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Templars to call it quits. But first, he and the Templars decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning to his life, sometimes taking on odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in this time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. I can't believe that guy fell in love with Jodariel, like at first sight. Wow. Fucking wow. When Manly Tindastal realized that the rites had ended, he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means. He was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such spew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When he last calmed himself, he focused all his energies in attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an impraft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstoff bankrupted his family in his vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Blackface, to Cinderwood. There, he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Throughout her exile, Tamatha Thayan was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact revenge on her ancient enemies. When she realized the rites had ended,
and that she could never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth's defenses, and revealed to the High-Wing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potential impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The High-Wing remnants thus prevailed at last, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha encountered her blessed sister, Tamitha, come to pay her a visit. Tamitha had hoped their people's victory on the other side would be cause for reconciliation. Tamitha was skeptical of her intentions, however, and lashed out at her. Tamitha made no attempt to elude the attack, and was struck full on. This cost Tamitha the use of her right wing, yet, after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside, and said maybe they could call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance, but they were cordial with each other. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin, and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though, for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any of such weakness. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So, when the rites ended, he did not care at first. But soon he grew very bored. The rites had given him his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other in Jomir Valley. Gradually, the other exiles, familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. He ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than the other exiles of this time, or more, was oft debated by those who had watched him work. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger to another, to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion. He had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for his outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre parts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses towards conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of the Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Wow, he went and got laid. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch Uthmilde returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pit of Mil. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved for a time, and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Melis erupted in flames, so intense it was conflagration. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Domir Valley. Arson was suspected, although the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. The tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled, the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of which Utmilge could be found. As for the contents of the pit of meat, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Ishlach, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Syrian Union, Udmilde repeated the threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found of any of her claims. Credence? Let's see what happened to Lendl. After the liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring at the blackness of the sky, awaiting any sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority, since the liberation had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted, rather forcefully, that any evening now, the stars would shine for him again, and mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was of course mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Domir Valley. There they struggled to get by as exiles of the downside tended to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake the pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father, and give thanks to him, and speak to him, at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, or surely Dalbert would have been there, among them, smiling down at his son, watching over him and his kin. Alright, it's time for our group. Oh, wait, there's this guy. With the rites drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously. Precipitously. Yeah, I said that right? Precipitously? The revenues fell, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those entrepreneurial leanings, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him a tidy sum of wealth in the newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from the legal standpoint of the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Protrudes and found a distribution partner on the other side through Repeat Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods were known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. Oh, I should have clicked everyone who was stuck in the downside. When Wolfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work was only just begun. The nation that exiled him from the downside now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in the freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents, with whom he had coordinated for years, slowly, carefully, preparing for a night that soon would come. For Sandalwood, his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles, representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups, composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as visions of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace their older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible. But Sandalwood did not relent. He prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of the scribe's return, he stood as one of the former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together towards the street. Those former exiles, who ought to have disappeared in the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this, that his priority that night, and, in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work was far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period I'm reading way too much at once. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and the support of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibilities. After the Sarian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. He invited the perspective of the reader of the Nightwings at every opportunity, and counted them as one of his chief advisors, most trusted friends. As Wolfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. First, was the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who stood with him, each in turn, by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Sarian Union presented him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Birchwood was a prime example. He had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There, she had built up a thriving place of business, known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away, almost as if nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps even monumental events, such as the culmination of the rites, or the collapse of the Commonwealth, are seen as trifling matters. Much of her efforts were doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Though they are very far apart now, she sought out news of his whereabouts and found his actions in the Sarian Union a rare source of inspiration. She maintained an unlikely kinship with the harp Pamitha Thayan, whom she had known during their time together on the Nightwings. They had each a different strategy for dealing with life's day-to-day annoyances, a subject they both found vital, if not fascinating, to no end. By and large, Gertrude kept focused on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, or she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus, did Big Gertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more of a living legend. Oh, Pamitha! She's not wearing her helmet. So now she has helmet hair. After the rites ended, Pamitha Thayan parted ways with the other Nightwings, stating that she needed time alone. She reappeared sometime after the fall of the Commonwealth, though she expressed mild surprise at the news. She claimed to have no knowledge of what went on, including what role the Highwing remnants had in the events that reshaped the world on the other side. For her part, Pamitha feigned little interest, making the point that they were stuck, and what happened elsewhere had little to do with them now. Someone with whom she kept in contact was the bog dweller called Big Gertrude. They would discuss all sorts of matters, long into the night, and sometimes hunt together too. One day, while traveling to Black Basin, Pamitha ran into her blood sister Tamitha for the first time since the conclusion of the rites. Their reunion was not amicable, as Pamitha may have hoped, and Tamitha, still resentful of their history together, turned violent. Pamitha would later brush aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet, from that point of view, the blood sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Having long since felt as though she had no home to call her own, Pamitha continued traveling about the downside. As the tempest swept across the land, changing its features, she found it a sublime beauty, and, in the starless nights, she still could see just fine. She said such travels tended to remind her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Once the rites had ended, the imp Titso had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watched over the black wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel, and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tito obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive imp inhabitants, better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tito's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. Wolfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts, all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. Tito often missed the interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. Indeed, Tito would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the land that he was always at his home. Other than that, Tito would sometimes help interpret for the messenger imps, relaying news to and from the Sarian Union. Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head. And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings, who remained in the downside, continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. Wait, I thought we took the Beyonder Crystal with us. I thought we put her in our pocket. What happened? One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bog offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there exists such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet, those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you, as well as you can see. They're so far off from the mark that it's all nonsense. I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She's referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing, when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Reassure her? The account was relatively flattering despite the lack of detail. It could have been worse. Perhaps making some light of the situation would make Sandra feel better. Yeah, sure. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would, perhaps, make too lascivious a tale to be told in such a format. She makes a bemused sound at this. Perhaps the story ought to get out then. To think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyways, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. Yeah, we do still have her in our pockets. That's what I thought. Also, these are not like their own accounts. These are like other people's accounts of them. That's interesting. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Sarian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Salia Mur, reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play, both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for people ever since, and we celebrated their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all throughout this experience. They supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She kept an eye on Bay, who nonetheless demonstrated a surprising knack to get by on her own, though Jodariel was always willing to provide assistance just in case. She continued to train on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part.
Consilta vidias.
After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to the lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth. It was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomir Manymane himself. When dawn finally came, it became clear that the Commonwealth, that everyone knew, would be no more. He realized many opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was well off, as he always said. He also kept close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during the time of the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words for sometimes. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined the opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as it sometimes is the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peacefully. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment. But the moment never came. When the matter was last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew this time, as the night had ended. He declared to those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary means of circumstance, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for the counsel of the reader, and would regale to them over and over about the time they squashed the spawn of unfathomed plurins. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge and his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was the first step towards gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never returned to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was contented to lead a monastic life in a small residence on the hills. It was just high enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they had called Bay the Bloodless. So she was surprised on her return that she was so well treated. She felt uneasy about it, and besides, she knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she had made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the events that followed, which gave rise to her Saurian union. Despite not fitting the image of any of the 8 scribes, Bay nonetheless stood out alongside the others, amid the teeming masses on the night of the scribe's return. She spoke of the scribes with such conviction and sincerity that the crowd was very moved. Yes, she started a cult. I knew you were the best, Bay. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was a renewed interest in the legend of the 8 scribes, and many new interpretations of their histories and teachings. Bay found herself at the center of all this. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing audience. She swayed many people from their astralist beliefs. Soon, the 8 Word, which had lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out and asked her to formally join, and she did right away. Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Titso had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. She cited her relationship with Jodaria as the single most important in her life. Jodaria would always provide for her a circumspect perspective and a wisdom of experience. Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone whom she trusted as much as the scribes, it was them. Bay always devoted her faith, but more so to her friends. Many people of the Saurian Union cited her gentle manner and unwavering conviction, helped them brave the changing times with courage and with grace. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Galathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Fikani's Shang. Oh, he was the one who was dating a High Wing remnant. I remember in one of my playthroughs, I asked why he was well, not one of my playthroughs. I played like the first part like 3 times before I went to the end. But in one of my attempts to play it, I asked him why he was exiled, and he actually told me that there may have been someone who colluded with the High Wing remnants, and it may have caused a few deaths. And that's why he was exiled. I think that's what he said. The bond was symbolic of what it was at stake that night. But did he cook? That's what I want to know! Did he cook? This is very important. Hedwyn, you better not disappoint me. I did not bring you to the Commonwealth with myself to the Commonwealth to not have you cook a good meal for me. And drink your wedding wine. The bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodaria. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodaria, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that this was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn, they oft think of him. And he never cooked us a meal! The end! God fucking damn it. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of them. However, some accounts of them begin to paint a picture. We know that they were of common birth, raised parentless, a product of a foul work on the blood border. What past do we have? What have I picked for myself? The journey to the downside left them close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found them. They brought them from the brink. They showed them the path. They pressed onwards with the others. They made a vow to help their friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. The freedom they indeed achieved ere the morning flight. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice which troubled them, they never heard again. Some say they opted to retreat from public life, though whether that is true, only they know. That's what we told the minstrel, that we would just, retire. Go off and, live the cottage life. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then, it shall pierce the dark of the night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When they arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Hedwyn prevailed and strode the path
We do get a meal, look!
laid before him.
And it's cute!
He has found his way home.
Oh no, wait, this is when we were in the Black Wagon together, I think.
Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many foundlings,
I think that was a picture of the
has
past.
found her way home.
Well, it proves that he at least cooked us a meal at some time. Still fed. We were still fed.
To his family, by the grace of the scribes, they
It's all that counts. We were fed.
bound together, strands in a brain till the end. The moon-touched girl
These pictures are so cute! What the fuck?
Tis all the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the night wings. He remained to the end.
Sir Gilman the Bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory, he has found his way home. Hameth the Thane, born on guilty wings, ever seeking forgiveness, she remained till the end.
Oh, they're drinking her moonshine. That's cute.
Prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory. He has found his way home.
The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end. The reader at last made the night wings whole and ascended to freedom. They have found their way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
Is that me in the middle?
Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars.
Man, Pamatha looks so hot here. Just saying.
We shall find our way home. We shall find our way
I always thought that bird lady was hot. Oh. Yay! We're officially done the game. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked? Oh. That basically just means a harder difficulty. I believe. Which, we're not doing. It is not true campaign time. Do not even suggest it. Oh boy, we're gonna go do the liberation rite again, and then see how the endings differ. We're gonna do some overtime today in today's stream. Oh, I'm gonna suck again. Should I just make it easy? You know what? I think I'm just gonna make it easy.
Look for one last time upon the fall of Solium.
Cause I just want to know the
Hear
other
me
ending.
for
If we
one
don't
last time.
if we don't end up
For
like
soon
up top.
the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days. In that forsaken
Can see what happens when can see what happens
where
when you lose,
deserve to be.
and can see what happens if I
The
let
rabble
Orlek
that you
into
roused
the.
here in the
Yeah,
Commonwealth
let's do that.
shall
Okay.
be put down.
We have to do this what
The
3 more
exiles
times
whom you
now.
liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Last, yes, in huge quotes. I was also thinking like last in quotes whenever I put down all of the challenges in hard mode, because I was just like, no, we are also going to save scum the shit out of this. Oh yes! Oh my gosh, wait. We also have to see like what happens when I let like Tizo go or Bertrude go. We have to do this like 5 more times.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
We have to do this 5 more times.
Who shall
Okay.
start first? Bertrude.
I know, there's so much possibilities. Reduced and... I wonder how aim assist is. Let's go, baby. True easy mode here.
Predictably decided.
Man, I've played Otome games before. I've played my VNs. I know exactly how this works.
The final
all the
chance at
possibilities.
Liberation for the age.
Whoops! Okay, well, it's not easy if I suck. I love that animation. So like his stomping of his foot and his raised fists into the air. Easy is embarrassingly easy. Easy is how I play. Damn it!
And there it is, at last. The Night Wings proved their worth.
There we go.
As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen. 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 No. Nightwings. Reader, what have you done?
Have I mentioned that I really like their like made-up language? It sounds so nice. Oh, sorry.
Pamatha, madam. Do you accept the Regent's choice, or shall you make another?
Sure, why not? Thank you, darling. I guess I owe you one. When next we meet, in this life or the next.
Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise flash across Pamatha's face, and then she is gone. You gave a chance at freedom so that Pamatha may have hers. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Pamatha Thane. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
What happens now? What happens? Did we die? That night, the exiled Pamatha returned to the Commonwealth. She was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. She found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of the 6 liberated exiles, Wilfred's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The Saurian Union declared its sovereignty. So it is about the same. Today we still remember all of this. It's pretty much all the same. I suppose it's only different if the plan completely and utterly failed. Let's see how Pamatha is faring. After regaining her freedom, Pamatha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the High Wing remnants, she knew she would not be welcomed in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Wilfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamatha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night. The High Wing remnants were slated to mount an assault, for some reason, never came to pass. Pamatha denied any knowledge or involvement. However, Pamatha played an active part in negotiating terms between the High Wing remnants and the new nation that would become our Syrian Union. Her previous attempts at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Tamatha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentown, whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new circumstances, it turned out that the two had— Whoa! How did I do that? I couldn't do that before! She held out hope that she might see her blood sister Tamatha there, knowing full well that Tamatha did not regain her freedom. Tamatha— Something's wrong with my control. Oh boy. Anyway, she started traveling abroad everywhere, alright? That's what she did. Oops. So what happened to Tamatha? Is it any different? No, not much. So she basically what's it called? What do you call it? What do you call it? She basically just didn't have Tamatha's part. Anyways, loading checkpoint again. I don't think there was anyone else who would have been any different. So it seems like as long as our plan is like a pretty good percentage along the way, we would get like the good outcome. I thought Tamatha would be like important because she was one of the Highwing remnants, but I guess like getting Headwind to the Commonwealth was like huge because he had his Highwing girlfriend, his Highwing remnant harp girlfriend.
For soon the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days. In that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Oh yeah! Oh no, wait. Oh shit. I should have actually went through the rest of them, because maybe they'll mention like how the reader was not there with them or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we push Orlac into the fire.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Whoops!
Who shall lend him support?
I wanted to see what Tizzo said. Sorry. I pressed the buttons too fast.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Tizzo is deeply moved by your decision, but regrets that you are forced to choose just one.
Who shall strive for him?
Wouldn't have wanted to sit this one out That's for sure, Major darling.
Bertrude. Predictably decisive. Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Whoops. They're on easy and I still suck. Distracted by the music? Absolutely.
And there it is, at last.
Now I'm like too relaxed.
Nightwings proved their worth.
At the beginning of
As for their
when I was doing all the
adversaries,
challenges, it was all
they
like
did not.
adrenaline.
Thus
And now
ends the liberation rite.
now I am too relaxed.
Thus, the scribes have chosen.
Scree shriek kiri kiri. Tito is lavishing a great deal of generous praise on you for having prevailed. Nice hop over the opponent? Yeah. Well, you see, Lantantan, we are playing on easy mode right now because we're looking at all the different endings. So, if we were playing on hard when I was before, they would have absolutely accepted me. They would have grabbed that ball right back from me. Like, no problem. That's like the worst strategy you could ever do. Yeah, you take that back.
And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Yeah, they would have. Like, legit.
And thus, the scribes
Would have
have
snatched it.
chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader, what have you done?
Free whom? Tito seems very concerned all of a sudden. Something is wrong. Tito thinks that this means either he can go to the Commonwealth or you. It shall be either you, the reader, or... It shall be either or. Tito, please. Make your decision quickly, lest it all be forfeit. It seems that Titso has made up his mind. Titso chooses you. He wants you to be free. You are free to go. That's what skikikiki means.
Simadare,
Very well.
irate ligeratus,
Celebrate sanctus.
tempradanta, ligeratus.
Oh, we can choose Orlek! Okay, I'm gonna choose Orlek first, and then we can go through Titso and then Bertrude afterwards. How about that?
Your thoughts crystallize. You have chosen Orlek. What? Or do you accept the reader's choice? Or shall you make another? No, I shall not make another. I accept the reader's choice, the reader's mercy. Then, it is done. For a moment, Orlek appears to be at peace, and then he is gone. Orlek regained his freedom. He is set to return to the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Orlek. By the scribes, no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside.
I just realized your spelling of snatched.
Was it not enough?
Is Lantantan confirmed a cat? Snatched? You're not actually a fish in the green water bowl?
On the night the exiled Orlek returned to the Commonwealth, he was to be the last. The far stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval, spurred by the efforts of the 6 liberated exiles. This is exactly the same as all the other endings.
Alright. Why is it so high up I can't see him? There we go.
In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Orlek at last returned to his nation. He had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it. After all, it was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Wolfred Sandalwood's plan. When Orlek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of the scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped towards the crowd. A murmur and hush moved through the gathered citizens on the sight of him, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. But then Orlek raised his voice with theirs, and they all stood united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns had started to recede. He lent its skill and service throughout the birth of the Sarian Union. The one he had called the Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone whom he thought of often. He knew he owed his freedom to them. In light of having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Orlek sought out his former companion. While they kept the private details of the conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. They were often seen together after that. Alone with his thoughts, Orlek would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances and notwithstanding his duties as master physician of the state, Orlek led a very private life. Few would have guessed that he once was one of the most accomplished rites conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure we shall not forget.
Consilta vidias.
What does he say about Orlek?
He evidently made amends with his old one-time friend Orlek, with whom he clashed during their days as exiles. Orlek was instated as one of the nation's chief physicians and became a close confidant. As Wolfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout his land for all his sacrifices and his contributions.
Sweet. Okay. So not much else is probably said about Orlek. Oh. Alright. It's time to load checkpoint again. They also don't say too much about the reader. I think they kind of just leave it out altogether. Like it's a little bit different, it seems. I think Sandalwood said that they consulted with us whenever they had troubles. But then when we weren't there and liberated, I think it said like he had a little bit of trouble or something. I think that's what it said. Now let us free Titso, and then let us free Bertrude, and then I will be finished with this game. No, no, no! And then we have to lose once. God. I wonder if losing is the same as letting Orlek go. No, 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 it would not be the same. Because then this time, when we gave him the chance, it made him think that like we gave him mercy, so then he was glad and kind of like grateful for our
Look, for one last time,
for our mercy.
upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away.
Okay,
leaving you
3 more
stranded
times.
there
We have
for
to
your
play this 3
remaining
more times.
days in that forsaken land.
Oh god, and then we
Where
will
you
be
deserve
officially
to be.
done this game for streaming
The
anyway.
rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall
He would just
fall
pick to go in,
line.
I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm also
But
guessing
first,
that he would
let us
just
get
pick to go
on
in.
with this last liberation rite.
If he just
face
go,
none other
let's just
than
let him win then.
yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
let's let him go in then first. I should have made it extra hard then.
One final opportunity.
Ooh, endgame
for
content?
salvation.
Yeah.
Bad for the rest of you.
I'm basically just going through like all
Who
the
shall be at his side?
alternate endings I could have gotten. So the first ending, like the true ending I suppose that I got, I was liberated. So I came out of
Choice is cast.
the downside and went to the Commonwealth, and we led a revolution, and the revolution like succeeded, and we made a new world. But then like still my 3 friends over here who helped me, was stuck here forever. So we're gonna figure out what happens if I lose.
Begin.
What happens if I lose? If
Final
I straight up
chance
lose.
at liberation for the age.
Why are you throwing it? Good morning. Oh yes, yes. Good morning. This is gonna be slow. I should have put up all my challenges, and then went into this in the worst difficulty. Come on! He has to kill every one of us before he puts it in. Oh, that's funny. Here, let me help you. It's fucking right here. Come on. Oh, the orc flies so far away. Taking their sweet time, they sure are. I also have a buff where my flame is like, I caught it? I did nothing. Whoops. That was not my intention. What the fuck? Did they just murder themselves? These are speed running tactics. Speed running. Okay?
Barely a mark against that flame.
Oh, come on!
And there it is, at last.
There it
The
is.
true Night Wings proved their worth.
Mercy showing.
As for the Night Wings, they most certainly did not.
I just got an
Thus
achievement
ends
for
the
that.
liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Tito is filled with conflicting emotions at the outcome of this final rite. Orlek appears, his head bowed. For someone who has triumphed, you sense no pride in him. You posed... What do you mean I posed a reasonable threat? I literally did nothing. Now farewell. You look upon Orlek, for what you expect shall be the last time. Any moment now, the shimmer pool shall engulf him. Any moment, he shall regain his freedom, and return unto the Commonwealth he has not seen in half a lifetime. Any moment now, the cycle of rites shall end, until at least the dawn of the new age. Any moment.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen? No. Nightwings,
I very much enjoy this
Rita.
this voice screaming.
what have you done?
Hello, Minha. The scribes have chosen, Minha. Nothing happens. Soon, Orlek tenses up. Each prior time upon the fall of Solomon. But now it is still. Orlek laughs to himself. A sudden rush of starlight cascades in the stillness. Scribes have chosen me? Scribes have chosen Minha. Go! Become liberated! Go into the shimmer pool. Throw yourself in. Just then, Tito approaches. Free. Tito can hardly believe what Orlek is saying. Everyone can return then? Tito moves closer to the shimmer pool, but...
Oh, Tito. It is a warning. Tito recognizes it as such and heeds it. The shimmer pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside. You step aside. You step inside, and you shall surely perish in the current. Of that I can assure you.
Orlek shakes his head. Then, I'm cheated once again.
No, the shimmer pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But Orlek, as the victor of this liberation rite that ends an age, the choice of who is to return is no longer decided, but is yours. Having to choose from those anointed ere the last of light is extinguished, and the rites draw to an end, this is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. All that remains, then, is for me to choose myself. Is that what you are saying? If that is to be your choice, then yes. Why would... How is this even a choice? What reason would I have to? Orlek, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Why do I hesitate? To have come this far, to have regained what I ought to have already been mine, and all those years ago. Why now do I hesitate to claim my right? The final trial of the scribes. Orlek is lost in thought. Manipulate him? I have 3 choices to do this? Do you know what this means? It means I have to redo that last rite 3 more times, right? You are loath to tamper with the thoughts of one in midst of a crucial decision. Reach out to him. Perhaps you can help Orlek work through the troubles weighing down on him. Manipulate him. A mind preoccupied becomes highly susceptible to unconscious influence. 3 more times. I'm not playing this 3 more times. I'm gonna let him work it out. The decision to be made here belongs only to Orlek. He prevailed in the final liberation, and it is only fitting that he at last decide. I have come here to reclaim what is mine by right. I choose my freedom. You sense his mind is set. In the same instant, it feels as though he is set free. Then it is done. Orlek stands very still, although his features seem to soften just a little, and then he is gone. Orlek regained his freedom. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Orlek.
I guess the ending for this will probably be about the
By the
same.
scribes.
I have to watch this every time. I do wonder what would happen if I reached out or if I manipulated him. You know what this means? It means that if you want to find out what happens, go and play it yourself. Or I'm sure there is probably like a YouTube video of like all the endings or something. There are a lot of options. Not only that, but in my route, I was a war orphan who chose to basically, once I helped out in the revolution, the rebellion, I chose to then go off on my own and like live in like on my own, like living off the land basically. And that's not like the only choice you can have. Yeah, play this game soon. There's probably gonna be like, you know, a Steam summer sale, and then this will be on sale. I guess all of it is about the same. Yes, this is exactly the same. So if he liberates himself, or if I liberate him, it's exactly the same. So I'm not gonna go. Wait! Oh yeah, no. I'll liberate Tizzo, and then Bertrude, and then we'll see the complete ending of that. We'll see the complete ending of like, if the reader was not liberated, what happens in the epilogue, in the like credits, I suppose. Play it, and then you can have your own route, and then you can be very, very sad every time you have to let go of a friend. There is definitely some replayability to this game.
Upon the fall of Solium, dear reader.
Because like a
Hear
visual
me
novel, there are quite
for
a
one
few
last
choices
time.
you can make.
For soon the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining
When you play,
days.
you can play on the
in
hardest
that
difficulty
forsaken
yourself,
land
and see how much
where you
suffering
deserve
that
to
is.
be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The
Edwin, our
exiles
favorite
whom
boy.
you liberated, all shall fall in line.
I feel kind of sad that we were not
First,
with him for
Let us get
longer,
on with this
but at the
last
same time, I'm like,
liberation right.
you know, I'm
face
glad that I
none
liberated
other
him
than
so fast,
yourselves.
like so early on.
Each so unlike the glorious night wings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Go play on the hardest difficulty, do all the challenges, and then suffer. Alright, Tizzo will go free this time, and then next time, Bertrude will go free.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Who shall strive for him?
Who was friends with Tizzo? I suppose, like, maybe Sandalwood and Bay. Bay would definitely be different, because
choice is
Tizzo
cast.
and Bay were like best friends. There's also the fact that if you kept Sandalwood to this point, what would Orlek say, right?
The final chance at liberation for the age.
Whoops! Whoops! Why are they actually hard? That's why they're hard. Why? There we go. Now they're back to being dumb AF. Oh, I still suck though, but you know. Oops. That's my fault. Shit! Suck! That's literally all I had to do! Forget the fancy moves!
How he has changed, that warlick. Grown
Screw you
old
guys.
and bitter know these many years.
Damn it.
Get
Damn
out,
it.
Tizo. Bertrude plunged into the adversary's fire. Why, that was all of them. There. The orb engulfed in fire.
Oops.
Your pyre weakens. And there it is. The Nightwings proved their worth. Rather convincingly, I must admit. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen. 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 No. Nightwings. Reader, what have you done?
For whom? That part is always great.
You are decided. You have chosen Titsu. He looks at you with some astonishment. Titsu, sir, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? Titsu makes it very clear that he accepts, with your blessings, of course. Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise flash across Tiso's face, and then he's gone. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Tito. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished.
We only have one more time before
Commonwealth.
after this one.
What shall become of it? What shall become of us?
You know,
Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
we also need to find out like what happens if we all stayed in the downside. You know, we know what happens when everyone gained their freedom in the Commonwealth, but well, no longer the Commonwealth, the ex-Commonwealth. But we didn't know what happens if everyone just never got free and stayed in the downside. This is all the same. Our plan succeeded. Tizo!
The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside, and thus care not for traveling abroad. This made them useful to triumvirates. Yet Tizo had a different calling, and the Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Wolfred Sandalwood's plan.
Yes, and when the enemies get liberated too. That means we have to replay the entire game, right? Speedrun completely losing 0% plan in this game.
During the night of the scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of the downside imps before, from the legends of Haub the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. He would visit his friend Bay at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant, and they were always close since first they met. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the lone minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. And Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites along the Nightwings, who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact, and helped interpret for the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head, although he did take full advantage of his access to the Syrian Union fishing industry. Let's see what Sandalwood says about Tizo. One of his allies in all of this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as a wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. Yes, and then all of this is exactly the same as before. And then Bay was also friends with Tizo. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tizo, who, more so than anyone, could always make her laugh. And then that's it. She's just friends with Tizo. Alright, one more, and then we end the stream. It's goddamn, it's 1 hour over what I usually stream. Alright, one more. Make sure it is on. Reduce settings, okay?
We're on easy peasy mode. One last time. One last look at our beautiful minstrel. We hear his beautiful voice. One last song about never to...
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader.
Real last time this time.
Hear
Trust me, real last
for
time.
one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves, each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free,
It's a shame,
for
indeed.
you deserve each other.
Hey. Pyres burn, and each of the triumphants is present and prepared. Is it because the minstrel never said the pyre burns and each of the triumvirats are prepared? That this rite was all fucked up? It was all Oralek's fault.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
You have no fondness for the Commonwealth, though. Should we return unto that then, we shall endeavor to transform it in accordance with our plan.
Your choice is cast.
Who shall stand with her?
Creehee! Tito is ready to do whatever it takes to see Bertrude regain her freedom this night. Wouldn't have wanted to sit this one out, that's for sure, reader darling. She says
If that
that
is all,
with
then.
everyone else. Ah, Celeste.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Whoops. Oh man, Bertrude has too many hops. Too much hops.
there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen
Look at Virtue's waggy tail.
A foreseeable outcome, and one which we desired.
You look upon Gertrude, for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. Any moment now, she shall return to glory, and join with Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth. Any moment.
And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Oh, one last time. The scribes have
And
chosen.
Thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. Oh, Nightwings. Reader, what have you done?
I did nothing. What is happening? Minna. It is the last scrim ever, okay?
I did a fortunate result, now coupled with an inauspicious turn. Each the Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength.
You were watching Ange scream for X hours? Oh dear. Unfortunately, I did not get to see Jess scream for X hours. I will have to watch her VOD for screaming. They're done setting up my model deformers? Yeah. Boy do I know. Everything needs a deformer. Everything is a new folder. Everything. She will return at 8 p.m. Cool. I will probably not stream till then though.
No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But as for who to return, final trial of the scribes. We may still return, although perhaps the reading one may leave this place instead. Aye, it is either you or the reading. Either you or the reading one. Go. We mislike having to rush unnecessarily, and yet we are decided here. We believe it ought to be the reading one who shall return. Go now from this place. Gertrude wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well, reader. The choice which Gertrude made, or rather, the choice which she gave, is now yours to make instead.
Alright. Bert. You are decided. You have chosen Gertrude. She looks at you with some astonishment. Gertrude, madame, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? If that is the reading one's desire, then so shall it be. We will accept the reading and die. Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise across Gertrude's face, and then she is gone. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Gertrude. By the scribes.
You got to see multiple endings of
No
Pyre.
stars remain aloft.
How many times did we do this? Like
The
6?
cycle of the rites.
1, 2, 3, 4,
It is
5,
finished.
7 times, I think.
The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
After returning to the Commonwealth, the crow known as Big Bertrude promptly returned to the wet climate of her ancestral home in the southern bogs. There, for a time, it appeared that she had distanced herself from any involvement with society or with the plan of which she was a part. We know now that she worked diligently towards the goal outlined by Sandalwood, yet, well outside the notice of those who watched her movements closely. For example, the printed notices spread throughout the streets about the night of the scribe's return were all her doing, yet no one knew until she owned up to it much later. Subsequently, she returned her focus to the sort of work which had preoccupied her for many, many years, both in the downside and the Commonwealth. And she remotely managed aspects of her business in the downside, ensuring that the exiles who remained there could still get a hold of certain valuables. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. Gertrude, most of all, kept busy with her work. The inks and notices, which she still brewed and manufactured, once were grounds enough for a quick sentence into exile. Back then, the one thing worse than spreading lies about the Commonwealth through speech was doing so in print. Once exposed, such writings, all were burned. Now the written point of view is to be honored rather than to be feared, and Big Bertrude remains one of our time's most notable purveyors of this craft. It is quite likely something you have read in the ancient times would have been put to parchment by her handiwork. Let's see, what does Sandalwood think?
Silta vidias.
Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing changed. Well, or at least I didn't notice anything quickly. Alright. Let's just go through. Let's go quickly to the credits. I already forgot that guy's name. But Tamitha went into seclusion after she argued with Tamitha. Barker started a new sport in the downside. Udmilde accidentally blew herself up in one of her experiments. Sir Deluge went and got married to another worm. Unfortunately, Dalbert died of old age, and then Almer went to go pilgrimage or whatever. Lindel went crazy and turned into a demon. The minstrels might have went off and got married. Ron, as an entrepreneur, went and made a new business in the downside. Tamitha is off on her own, traveling around the downside. Dodariel became the head of security and state, I believe. Rookie made a new business for himself, selling things, replicas from the downside. Bay started a cult! Bay's head of a cult! Sandra over here is wonderfully still in our pockets. You suggest to Sandra that the account of what occurred to her was really not that bad, and you liked aspects of it. You're much too diplomatic, you know that. You can tell she is unswayed, and yet her grin remains intact. She appreciates the gesture. Anyways, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. I liked her response to my funnies better. The humorous response. I think she appreciated it more. Gilman went off. He basically retired. He didn't want to be a knight anymore. He fought for the rebellion and then he was just like, I'm good. Hedwyn, I guess, went to marry his harp girlfriend. Alright. Last epilogue. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of them. However, some accounts of them begin to paint a picture. We know they were of common birth, raised parentless, a product of the foul work on the blood border. The journey to the downside left them close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found them. They brought them from the brink. They showed them the path. They pressed onwards with the others. They had made a vow to help their friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, they remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice which troubled them, they never heard again. Some say they opted for a place to settle in the downside, though whether that is true, only they know. Also, the only difference is that settling down in the downside or in the Commonwealth. Whether or not we were liberated. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of the night in all its brilliant glory, until such time and ever after. All of us give thanks.
Their journey began
Wow, credits
on a
again.
barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When they arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Hedwyn prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a brain till the end. The moon-touched girl hears the scribes in the world all around her. They have guided her home.
Tis all the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the Nightwings.
I just realized that one of the people in the credits, in the credit images, that's us. I was wondering who that person was. I'm an idiot.
Alfred prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory. He has found his way home. The enchanter Gertrude
Yeah, I was surprised that Utnilde was Darren Korb.
with the darkest of curses.
But I suppose, like, people aren't speaking English. And Darren has such, like, a wide range of voice. It's crazy.
Night wings whole, having bound them together, they remained to the end.
I was so surprised at Darren Korb's voice for Orpheus in Hades.
Stranded, afraid till the end.
I almost thought that if I did not know about Orpheus beforehand, like the Greek myth. No, it's because I knew about Orpheus's Greek myth before. I was surprised. I was like, wait, is Orpheus a woman? But no, it's just Darren. It's just Darren Korb doing his thing.
As we bid
It sounds so good though.
to the stars,
It's like, wait a second.
we shall find a way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way
We're back in our library. As the reader, we do many reading. Wait a second. Does this change if our answers were different? Because I remember that one of our answers was that I like books. Would this have changed if I said that I didn't like books? Or is it simply because we are the reader that we basically live in a library? I wonder. Oh well. Not time to Google. I never Google different endings, okay? I accept my endings. Like it is the ending of this stream, yes? I accept my endings, except I went and did 7 other endings. Alright. I think it is time for me to finally end my stream. And then I think is Annie streaming right now? I don't know what Annie is streaming right now. I know she's playing Color X Malice. Do you guys wanna listen to Annie talk about visual novels maybe? No problem for stream. Thank you guys for joining me in this journey of Pyre, where I will forever be on fire now. Annie talks goodly. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream. I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow. I haven't thought about it. I might stream, what's it called? God, what is it called? Oh, wait. I'm thinking about streaming Spiritfarer. I believe it's called Spiritfarer. Yes. I might stream that one. Really? Yeah! Play this game, it's great. to play sacrificial basketball with me, and then tell me how fucking hard it is, or don't, you know. Tell me how much I suck because this game is actually so easy. That's what you should tell me once you get this game. Alright. Oti Union, everyone. Good night. Perhaps some Spiritfarer tomorrow. I will have to think about it. But that's the most likely game that I'm gonna play. If I can't think of a game, I'm gonna play Hades. That is all. Yeah, do hardest difficulty. Oh my gosh. Good freaking luck, my friend. HP positive, you are brave. I almost never do hardest difficulty. Alright, everyone. Oti Yin Ray. Good night. Good night, HP positive. Good night, Ray. Good night, Minha. Good night, Rui. Good night, Knights. And let's raid Annie because she's talking more and you guys can zone out while she talks. She's doing a VN. She's playing a VN right now. So you can just you can listen to her talk good. Right. Good night, everyone. Bye bye. Good night. See you guys tomorrow.